Houston, Texas. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and we're bringing you live coverage of a spacewalk today to install a modification kit in preparation for ongoing solar array upgrades, as well as to swab the outside of the orbiting lab for possible microorganisms as part of a science research investigation. You're looking live into the International Space Station, where today's spacewalkers, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, are working through procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. Meir is wearing the suit with the red stripes this morning. This will be Meir's fourth spacewalk of her career, and Williams will be wearing the unmarked spacesuit on his very first spacewalk of his career. Meir arrived to the International Space Station just last month on February 14th, following launch a day prior on a SpaceX Dragon as part of Crew 12. Williams arrived to the International Space Station in November of last year. And this view on your screen here, you do see of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he works to configure some tools that will be utilized during today's spacewalk. You also will see the crew moving their legs slightly. They are completing what is called IL, or in-suit light exercise procedures. This helps to purge any excess nitrogen from the bloodstream. During today's spacewalk, Meir and Williams will complete tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 2A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, that will be delivered on a future flight. You may recall that over the past few years we have continued to work on upgrading the power channels on Space Station, and we have already completed the 1A, 1B, 3A, 4B, 4A, and 2B areas of the space station, leaving just 2 power channels remaining to be upgraded. Assisting with suit up this morning were 2 other astronauts, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who are our spacewalk support team today. Once our spacewalkers complete these IL exercises, or in-suit light exercise procedures, they will move into the crew lock portion of the International Space Station and begin depressurization. Once the crew lock is depressurized down to vacuum, or 0 pounds per square inch, they'll have the go to open up the hatch and venture out for today's spacewalk.
3, 2, 1, end exercise.
And you did hear some communications there to the crew from the ground here, letting them know to end those exercises. They go through procedures of completing the exercises for a portion of time and then pausing. So currently they are in a pause state, but we will see their legs and arms begin to move slightly once they begin the exercises again here shortly.
Three, 2, 1, start exercise. Cycle 8.
You're looking at a live view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he continues to step through those procedures of the IL exercises. And on the left of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to step through those procedures as well. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir continuing to step through procedures ahead of venturing outside the space station's hatch today. At the beginning of today's spacewalk, the duo will be working together to install the bracket that the new solar arrays will be installed upon, and that will be installed to the 2A truss this morning. This bracket had previous work done to build portions back during a spacewalk last year with NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers.
End exercise.
And on your screen here, you can see the areas that have already been built. They are the white and gray portions on your screen there. Today, the red, blue, and green areas are the portions of the mod kit that are going to be built by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams during today's spacewalk, following the previous work done by Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers on May 1st of 2025. And you can see a portion of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway there on your screen.
Three, two, one. Start exercise, cycle 9.
He is assisting NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams this morning, as well as taking some imagery of them currently. Today's spacewalk will be the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and will be the first of 2026. Again, this spacewalk will be the fourth for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who previously conducted 3 spacewalks totaling over 21 hours, and it will be the very first spacewalk for NASA astronaut Chris Williams. In addition to the 2A mod kit build, today's spacewalk will include sampling as part of the ISS external microorganisms experiment, which tests samples collected from life support system vents on the outside of the space station as well as other areas to examine whether the spacecraft may release microorganisms, how many, and how far they may travel. And here on your screen you do see a location of the 3 areas that will be swabbed today as part of this ongoing investigation. This research could help determine whether changes are needed to crewed spacecraft, including spacesuits used to explore destinations where life may exist now or existed previously, and to limit the spread.
3, 2, 1, end exercise.
Again, and to limit the spread of any possible human contamination. This will be the second sample collection for this investigation, following the first sample that was conducted during US EVA 92 in January of 2025.
Three, two, one, start exercise. Cycle 10, last cycle.
You're continuing to get views on your screen of NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the left and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the right in the spacesuit with the red stripe on it as they complete their final aisle or in-suit light exercise procedure to help purge any excess nitrogen from their blood following the pre-breathing procedures of 100% oxygen that was completed earlier this morning. And now coming into view is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who's been assisting the crew this morning, taking some photos, it appears. Both Meir and Hathaway arrived to the International Space Station just last month on NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 mission. And now coming into view is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, who's also been assisting with suit-up procedures this morning. Later on during today's spacewalk, Hathaway and Adano will work together to utilize the Canadarm2 into a configuration to allow a lens cap to be installed by today's spacewalkers. In addition to the 4 crew members you see on your screen here, there are 7 humans living and working aboard the International Space Station as we speak. That includes current Space Station Commander Sergei Krutzverchkov, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikheyev and Andrei Fedyaev. Fedyaev on your screen there taking some imagery of Williams, Adano, Hathaway, and Meir.
Three, two, one, end exercise. That's the final cycle. Congratulations on completing your pre-breathe exercise protocol in the suit. Copy, thumbs up.
And with that,
in Airlock, we're back with you, and understand we're going to start in step 5 of 1.2.
Concur.
And a short time ago, we did hear the call that the aisle or in-suit light exercise procedures are complete. Now that this is complete, the crew, namely NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, will work to get helmet cameras installed to both NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir this morning.
In Airlock, EV1 has set amp hours to 29.5, EV2 to 29.0.
Copy that. Those are good numbers right there. And just let us know when you turn the HECAs on.
And that communication referring to the HECA, that is the High Definition Extravehicular Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. Again, those cameras we were referring to that are being worked to be installed as we speak.
We have two green lights, one on each EV1 and EV2 for the HD EMU cameras for your step 7.
Copy that. Thanks, Jack. Hold right here. We'll do some work on the ground, get right back to you.
Sounds great.
And Jack, back with you on here. While we're working on the ground steps in step 8, you are go to complete steps 9 through 15.
We will put 9 through 15 into work.
Thank you.
And those communications from here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston by today's Capcom, or capsule communicator, Scott Sagatti, up to NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Scott will be prime for communicating with the crew inside the International Space Station once today's spacewalk begins, and while they are outside performing the spacewalk today, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson will be the spacewalk communicator. And in addition to the spacewalk communicator and Capcom, there are several other team members here on your screen that are all being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo during today's Orbit 2 shift. And there you do see on your screen there NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo, NASA astronaut and today's ground IV Tracy Dyson, and the Capcom for today, Scott Sagatti.
Houston Airlock TCV setting for EV1 is now 6.
Copy, TCV 6. Thank you.
And you're looking at a view from inside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam as they work to continue configuring tools and tethers, getting everything ready to go ahead of today's spacewalk. On the left of your screen there is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and on the right is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, who are assisting. And directly across from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is Chris Williams. He will be completing his very first spacewalk today. Again, this will be the 4th spacewalk for Meir.
Houston Airlock, we are complete through step 15. Just waiting for your go for the next couple steps.
Great timing, Jack. We are now go on the ground. You have a go in step 16 for Medox.
We're go for Medox replacement.
And you're getting another bird's eye view perspective, this time from inside NASA astronaut.
We're just double checking our steps here. We think we also need to do step 8, where we're going to turn the HECA power buttons to off before we move on to the Medox. Is that right?
Yeah, good catch there, Jack. Absolutely. We are go for you to complete the rest of step 8 as well.
And we did hear some communications between the crew on the space station and the ground discussing Medox canisters. That is the metal oxide canister, which is used inside the spacesuit to remove carbon dioxide during spacewalks.
Houston Airlock, we're going to put serial number 1031 into Jessica.
Copy that. 1031, that's a good number.
And you are seeing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway there in the center of your screen holding that Medox or metal oxide canister. This is going to be installed, this Medox canister is going to be installed inside of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's spacesuit. You can see they're turning her to get her into a good config to be able to place that Medox canister. This canister does remove carbon dioxide during spacewalks and can actually be utilized multiple times. Once complete with today's spacewalks, they can recharge the Medox canister. And if you're just joining us, we are continuing to bring you live views inside the International Space Station as two NASA astronauts are suited up and preparing to venture outside the space station's hatch to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Earlier this week, we did have an EVA preview brief where Flight Director Diana Trujillo walked us through the procedures that will occur during today's spacewalk. Let's take a closer look.
Once the hatch open, we're going to have Jessica coming out. First, she gets the strut bag, which is an 8-foot long bag, and then she gets the cable bag. Then Chris comes out. After they're both outside, Jessica will be the first one that will start translation to the P4 area where the mod kit is located. So you'll see it here in the animation. She starts moving through the truss all the way down to the mod kit. At the same time, Chris is going to do a quick stop, get a Wiffix, which is an equipment that will give him more distance once he gets into the foot restraint, so he can reach to the mod kit itself. Once they get there, they're going to cinch down the bags and then they begin the installation. So they start with the mid-strut, and then Jessica gets the other side, the left mid-strut and the lower strut, hands it to Chris, who's already on the foot restraint. Then Jessica goes around and Chris will then be turned so that he can be facing on the other side of the canister, where he will start now working with Jessica to put the mid-struts themselves. So here's where they bolt the second mid-strut. And after that, the whole assembly of the mod kit is now completed with the cables that will be required for later on. After that's completed, Jessica is going to go down on one side of the area where they were, put the DDCU jumpers, while Chris is moving now to the race ring, as I mentioned before, to take a snapshot of the current state. So here he goes. He takes a few pictures for us to understand the state. And then he comes back. Once he comes back to the same location where we had cinched down the 2 bags, he will begin now the torque reset. So open the cable bag, get the tool that he needs, and then he begins the torque resets for several of the boxes that you see here. Once that is completed, Chris is coming back to the airlock where he starts doing the microorganisms. You can see that he has the canisters on his side. He brings in the tool, he does the swabbing, and then he puts it back into the tool. At the moment he puts it on the tool, he locks in the sample, and so he goes for the next sample. There's 7 samples that we're gonna go do. The minimum number for our activity this go around is 5 samples. So in this specific view, you'll see him going back inside the airlock to do 2 of the swabs that he has on his SEU. In the meantime, Jessica now has made it to a location on the truss where the robotic arm gets closer to her. She puts the cover on the camera itself for the robotic arm, and then the robotic arm moves out of the way, and she makes it back to the airlock. And here you see Jessica putting the cable back inside, and then back inside the airlock for the end of our EVA. And that will conclude EVA 94.
A closer look at what we can expect during today's spacewalk. On your screen, you're now seeing European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau working to get the Medox canister installed inside Chris Williams' spacesuit. And we are in a brief expected handover between our satellites, but we'll regain views and communications here shortly with the crew. But you're currently looking live inside Mission Control Houston at the flight control team that is being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. Next to Deanna, you see NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson, who will be our ground IV and communicating with today's spacewalkers once the spacewalk is underway and the crew is outside the International Space Station. And to Tracy's right, you see NASA Capcom Scott Sagatti. And the flight control team that you do see on your screen here is going to be working through procedures today as part of U.S. Spacewalk 94, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will exit the space station's Quest airlock to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once these arrays are installed, they will provide additional power for the orbiting lab, including for critical support of its safe and controlled deorbit. Additionally, swabs will be taken outside of the space station.
We've installed 1031 into EV1, 1032 into EV2, and we've now paused the pre-breathe clock at GMT 1112 in step 11. So looking for your go to move on to step 12.
Copy that, Jack. All good numbers right there. You are go to pick up in step 12.
And just to finish up there, in addition to the 2A power channel mod kit installation, the crew will also swab the outside of the space station to test for possible microorganisms as part of an ongoing investigation. And we do have views back inside the International Space Station here. On your left is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who will be completing his first spacewalk today. And on the right of your screen, suited up, is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who will complete her fourth spacewalk of her career today. And a few more photos taking place as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau continue to step through procedures ahead of today's start of the spacewalk.
In airlock, step 18, we pulled out Medox canisters 0 to 5.
And Jack, we had a little bit of comm dropout right there. Can you repeat those numbers again?
not being made fun of for saying Medox instead of Medox.
All good, Jack. We'll forgive you on that one. Hey, could you repeat those numbers again? There's a bit of a comm dropout.
All right, those serial numbers were 0005, and the second serial number 0010.
All right, perfect. That's what we were expecting. Thanks, Jack. And with that comm dropout, that conveniently covered your comm, so that worked out.
Sorry, Houston, we just stepped on you. Can you repeat your last?
Nothing important right there. We were just letting you know we had that comm dropout, and we missed your ECOC call, which I'm sad for at this point. But everything's going well. Thank you.
What kind of ECOC call I was supposed to make, so what are you looking for there?
Nothing needed right there, so forget we even talked about it.
Copy.
And Jack, FYI, on the ground, we see the purge complete. We're ready for the purge valve close whenever you guys are.
Airlock purge valves are now down and locked. EMU pre-breathe, into pre-breathe clock restarted, GMT 1119.
1119, thank you.
And you're looking at a view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams suited up in his space suit ahead of today's spacewalk. Our other spacewalker today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who has previously completed 3 spacewalks. Prime for assisting today is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau. They recently stepped through procedures to install the Medox, or metal oxide canister, into both Meir and Williams' spacesuit. The Medox canister does remove excess carbon dioxide during spacewalks. And also on your screen there on the left, you see Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverkov, who is the current Expedition 74 Commander.
In Airlock, 2 good manual leak checks. We're back into step 17 of 1.225. We're going to start pulling them off ETAs and put the safers on them.
Copy that, Jack. We see the same. Back to step 17. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then one other data piece to add. Chris has had quite a bit of trouble today moving his O2 actuator from off to press. He's been able to do it on his own, but we just want to give you a heads up that it's been sticky and it's been a little bit difficult for him to get it into that position. He's happy with it. We just want you guys to be tracking it.
And copy that, Jack. Thanks for the added information right there. We'll track it down here as well.
And with those communications, the next procedures that NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau will help step through with the crew ahead of the spacewalk is getting their safers installed. The safer is the simplified aid for EVA rescue and would be used in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The safer would allow the crew member to safely propel them back to the space station. Sometimes you may refer to it being called the space jetpack. So they're working together now to get those installed onto NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's spacesuit. And once the safers are successfully installed, the astronauts will move through the equipment lock portion of the airlock into the crew lock section. Now coming into view is one of those safers or simplified aid for EVA rescue. Adeneau and Hathaway continuing to work together to install the safer onto NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's spacesuit. This will be her 4th spacewalk of her career. And again, the primary tasks for today's spacewalk are to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, these arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting laboratory. Additionally, swabs will be taken outside of the space station to test for possible microorganisms. Adeno and Hathaway continuing to work to install that safer to Jessica Meir's spacesuit. Earlier this morning, the crew worked through procedures to pre-breathe 100% oxygen in order to purge any excess nitrogen from their bodies, and then they completed their in-suit light exercise or IL activities. These movements help acclimate the body to the lower pressure of the spacesuit and purge excess nitrogen from their body slowly to avoid getting the bends or decompression sickness, similar to what divers on Earth can experience. Once Meir's safer is successfully installed, she will be moved into the crew lock. Inside the crew lock currently, you see on the top of your screen there is the strut bag. The strut bag is about 8 feet long. It weighs over 300 pounds and contains the pieces of the mid-struts and left lower strut, which will be assembled and installed during today's spacewalk. A portion of the mod kit has already previously been installed and built during a spacewalk last May by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers. And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir now being moved into that crew lock portion of the International Space Station by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adno a little further back. Once Meir is situated inside of the airlock, they'll work to install Chris Williams' safer.
And Jack, Houston on 1 on here. We're watching the Safer Dawn on here just to make sure that we're all in sync. We'd like you to verify the upper mounting pins on EV1 Safer. Make sure that they're fully in the groove and they're locked. And Jack, if you are talking to Houston, I cannot hear you.
Hey, Houston, sorry about that. Just so we're on the same page, on the safer, there's a pin at the top, alignment pin at the bottom, and the latch in the center. And you're asking us to check the alignment pin at the top on both sides to make sure it's seated in the rail.
Affirm, that's exactly what we're looking for. FYI, 50 seconds to a handover.
It'll work.
Hathaway and Adno working to confirm that Meir's safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue is properly installed. Again, the safer would be utilized in the very unlikely event that a crew member were to become tethered from the International Space Station. If that were to occur, the safer would enable propulsion to safely get back to the space station. And we are in a brief handover between our satellite communication system. You're looking at a live view inside Mission Control Houston. The team is currently being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo, who you see on your screen, as well as Tracy Dyson, who will serve as our ground IV today, communicating with our spacewalkers once the spacewalk is underway. Today's Capcom, or capsule communicator, is Scott Sagatti, and he'll be primed for communicating with the crew inside the International Space Station. And a view back inside
and Airlock, we're back with you. Both Soph and I verified the alignment pins, both the top and bottom on the left and right side of Jessica Safer are properly seated in their tracks.
Copy that, Jack. Thanks for the check on that. Go to continue.
And
Jessica's in the airlock. We're moving to Chris to Safer.
Copy that. Moving over to Chris.
And with the confirmation that Meir Safer is installed, Hathaway now is going to work to do the same to NASA astronaut Chris Williams' spacesuit. Again, this will be Williams' first spacewalk of his career. And we are in another handover period between our satellites here. It does appear that fellow flight director Greg Whitney is here in the room with us as well, just speaking with NASA flight director Deanna Trujillo, who is the lead during today's spacewalk. The main tasks of today's spacewalk are to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, which will provide additional power for the orbiting lab. In addition to this, there will be an ongoing science experiment sampling of the outside of the International Space Station to test for possible microorganisms. And on your screen, you are seeing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left there, continuing to work to get the safer installed on NASA astronaut Chris Williams' spacesuit and then move him into the crew lock. Once both Meir and Williams are inside the crew lock, depressurization procedures will begin. And we are seeing both Williams and Meir inside the crew lock now. Meir is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripe, and Williams is wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. Will be the 4th spacewalk for Jessica Meir and the 1st for Chris Williams. And if you're just joining us this morning, we are continuing to bring you live coverage ahead of the start of a spacewalk outside the International Space Station, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will exit the station's Quest airlock to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. This will be the 278th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the very first of 2026. This will be the 4th spacewalk for Meir and the 1st for Williams. The prime task for today's spacewalkers is to complete the build and installation of a mod kit that is partially built outside the space station following a May 1st spacewalk by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers. In addition to the mod kit build, swabs will be taken outside the International Space Station and tested for possible microorganisms as part of an ongoing science experiment.
Station, we are reviewing this config, and we'll verbalize it to you, so follow along.
Hey, Sophie, back with you on here. You came in pretty broken. Can you repeat, please?
We are starting now the tethers config check of all of the tethers.
All right, copy that. We're following along in the procedure, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay, so to start with the Airlock gearing extender, this is hooked to the big hook of the waste tether, which is to the right of Chris. This is gate closed, lock, black on black.
And we copy that, Sophie.
Airlock. Both hooks on the Airlock gearing extender are gate closed, locked, black on black. I say both hooks because there is an extra waste tether for the airlock.
And copy that, Sophie. That's the expected config. Our recommendation at this point, we can get the rest of the tether calls later in once we do the depress on here. Our recommendation to you is to continue on in step 66 of the pre-brief procedure.
We're just assisting them a few moves with the tethers, and we'll move very soon.
Copy that. Sounds great. Thanks for all the help, Sophie.
And those communications from the ground to European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, continuing to step through procedures. You heard some communications about configuring tethers to make sure everything is good to go before the crew steps outside of the International Space Station for today's spacewalk.
Going to step 66.
Copy that. Following along.
One of the next major milestones that we are looking ahead to this morning, once the hatch is closed, is depressurization of the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, bringing it down to vacuum. And here in the room in Mission Control Houston, NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo is polling the team, go or no go, for today's spacewalk. And this is a view inside Mission Control Houston. Again, NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo is leading the team of flight controllers here in Houston. This view back inside the International Space Station with both Meir and Hathaway, today's spacewalkers, inside the crew log portion of the International Space Station. On the left of your screen is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and on the right is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno. They've been primed for stepping through the procedures to get the crew suited up and ready to go for today's spacewalk. Next up, they'll be closing the hatch and depressurization will take place. And on the left of your screen, you also see the Expedition 74 Space Station Commander, Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverchkov. And Adeno and Hathaway now working to get the hatch closed. And Flight Director Deanna Trujillo confirms the team here on the ground is go for today's spacewalk.
All right, EVs and Houston, this is Ivy in the airlock. Step 76, which is the emergency MPF is closed, and step 77, the node 1 vacuum access port. Gamma cap is attached, and we're ready for you guys to do 78.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Good job with all of that. We'll go ahead and take care of the next 3 steps and the procedure. Stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready for you to proceed.
Copy. We'll stand by for you and for Jessica and Chris. The pre-read timer we have right here is 2 hours, 2 minutes. So that looks good, and time of day is 12:07, just for your essay. Currently night for another 35 minutes or so.
And on your screen, you are seeing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau. The hatch is now closed to the crew airlock, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, today's spacewalkers, are currently located. Depressurization will soon occur, and once that is complete, once that portion of the space station is down to vacuum or 0 pounds per square inch, they'll have the go to open up the hatch of the Quest airlock and venture outside of the International Space Station to complete work to install and build a modification kit on the 2A power channel of the International Space Station.
All right. For everybody on here, we have step 80.1 complete. FYI, for the EV crew, you are now hot mic'd on space to ground 1, and you are go to pick up in step 81.
81 copies.
EV2 copies.
V copies, and we got step 81 complete. So step 82, Chris, I'd like you on the UIA to check the depress pump power switch off.
Okay, depress pump power switch is coming on the UIA.
Sorry, Chris. Check that the depress pump power is off.
All right, depress pump power is off.
Okay, so the depress pump power is off, and the next step is to verify the depress pump enable LED is on.
Depress pump enable LED is on.
Okay, that sounds good, and now we're waiting for a Houston go to move into the crew lock depress cue card.
And Houston is go to move into the cue card. And standby 1, don't move into the cue card quite yet.
All right, I'm on the crew lock depress cue card, and Chris on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to on.
Standby 1 on cue card.
Standby.
IV copy, standing by.
NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway continuing to lead NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams through procedures this morning ahead of depressurization. This morning, depressurization will occur in a two-stage fashion. First, the crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to perform a systems check, and then depressurization will resume to get the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. Once at vacuum, Meir and Williams will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on internal battery power.
Say OFF. We're saying off just to differentiate in the suits, a little bit harder to hear.
Will do. I can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Airlock Houston, thanks for your patience right there. We just wanted to double check the depress pump status on here. We are now go to proceed to the Q card per step 84.
Lock copies. We're in step 84, and we're going to do the crew lock depress Q card. All right, Chris, on the UIA, switch the depress pump power switch to on.
Depress pump power switch is coming to on ON. Depress pump power switch has been switched to on.
Okay, I'm looking at my timer for the 10 seconds. Chris, now you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expect an alert tone.
Copy. Depress pump man ISO valve coming to open. It is open. Expect alert tone.
EV1 and EV2, monitor your CP gauge to make sure it stays below 5.5.
V1 copies.
EV2.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we're continuing to bring you live coverage ahead of the start of a spacewalk today. This will be the first of 2026 and the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are suited up and in...
My pressure is pegged at 5. My suit's very loud.
Yes. Hear the...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jessica.
Ivy can hear you as well. I understand that what is your CP gauge saying?
The CP gauge is above 5.
And EV2, my CP gauge is right at 5.
Keep monitoring. It says it should stay below 5.5. If it does get to 5.5, Chris, you can go ahead and stop the depress, and we'll check in with Houston.
Copy.
Again, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station that is currently undergoing depressurization, now at about 10.4 pounds per square inch. The crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Steady at 5.
Say again?
Holding steady at 5.
Copy, holding steady at 5. I'm also holding steady at 5 on my CP gauge.
We copy.
And now that the crew lock is at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, there will be a pause for depressurization checks and system checks. Once the crew lock does reach vacuum, Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
All right, as we approach 6 PSI, you guys can expect an alert tone.
EV1 copies?
EV2 copies.
Pressure inside the crew lock approaching 7 pounds per square inch. Again, we will hold once 5 pounds per square inch of pressure is reached for systems checks. Crew lock pressure now at 6.5 pounds per square inch. As you can see on your screen, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno continue to follow along, assisting Meir and Williams getting suited up and ready to go for today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock nearing in on 5 pounds per square inch. Again, we will pause once that pressure is 5 pounds per square inch for systems checks and communication checks.
All right, Chris, we still have a little bit to go. We're just decreasing through 300 millimeters now. When we get to 260, I'm going to have you take the pump isolation valve to close. So just a minute or two away from that.
EV2 copies and is standing by, still showing just under 5 on my CP gauge.
All right, Chris, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close. You'll expect an alert tone.
EV2 depress pump man ISO valve is now closed.
All right, we're seeing crew lock pressure right around 260. So we're going to go into a leak check. So for both EV1 and EV2, take your display switch to status until you see leak check question mark and then a long yes. You'll follow the displayed instructions.
EV1 has leak check and long yes.
EV2 leak check and long yes.
And with the crew lock now at 5 pounds per square inch, those leak checks are underway.
EV1 leak check complete. Suit pressure 4.8. Set oxygen actuator to EVA.
And EV2 leak check complete. Suit G 4.7 and setting oxygen to EVA.
Okay, that's great news, guys. And just let me know that you both do indeed have your O2 actuator and EVA.
EV1 in work.
And we did hear confirmation of 2 good suit leak checks.
In work for EV2. And EV2 is in EVA.
Copy, EV2 is in EVA.
In work for EV1.
IV copy.
And as system checks continue, you are hearing some communications between...
Option actuator false.
Sorry, we didn't quite copy that, EV1.
I have an oxygen actuator fault currently.
Oxygen actuator fault.
Yeah, I'm back in press now. And it's getting a little bit stuck on EVA, still working on it.
Are you saying you saw an oxygen actuator fault under DCM, or you're just having trouble moving it to EVA?
No, I did have an oxygen actuator fault, but I think that was just because it was stuck in between positions for a certain length of time. I am now in EVA.
Okay, copy. EV1 is in EVA. From IV, we just want to double check with you before we move on that you guys are happy with that configuration.
Airlock Houston, copy the calls right there. We are good with the config. Go to proceed.
Airlock copies. All right, Chris, on the UIA, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. You'll get an alert tone.
The depress pump man ISO valve is coming to open. Press pump man ISO valve is open.
And Sophie's going to take the emergency MPEG to open out here.
And with confirmation of good leak checks and systems checks...
Monitor your 2P gauge, make sure it stays less than 5.5.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies, we'll go.
Depressurization is continuing. Once we get down to 0 pounds per square inch, we'll be considered at vacuum. We'll get the go to open up the hatch. But just prior to that, suits will be turned on to internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now 4.5 pounds per square inch. Now under 4 pounds of pressure per square inch inside the crew lock. Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 2.75 pounds per square inch. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are isolated in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock in preparation for the start of the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
EV2 showing Airlock T1.9 on my DCM.
EV2 from Airlock, we're seeing about 2 psi out here, so you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close.
EV2, depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy that, and on the UIA, switch the depress pump power to off.
All right, on the UIA, depress pump power is coming to off OFF.
Copy OFF. And it's been great seeing you guys up out there. Good luck out there. Take care of business, and we will pass you over to Ground IV in Houston.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Sophie. Hello, Houston.
Hey, Jessica, Chris. Great to hear your voice. Jack, Sophie, nice work. Thanks a lot. We are ready for your initial tether config when you're ready.
All right, TC, it's great to hear your voice as well. I will give you our setup. I will start with my right gearing extender. I see my red hook is on my right gearing extender, gate closed and sliders locked. My waist tether is also gate closed, slider locked on that same right gearing extender. A large chunk of my waist tether is just on my mini workstation, as is my anchor hook. And I'm looking at my green reel. It is currently unlocked. I can see I can see EV2s. Okay. I can see my yellow hook is on the green reel. That's gate closed and sliders locked. I can see my red reel is unlocked. It has the green hook on it, which is unlocked. It also has Chris's anchor hook, which is locked. And that's also on my red reel, as mentioned. I can see the extra waist tether that we have on the Airlock gearing extender. Gate closed, sliders locked. The big end is just freely floating. And then I see Chris's waist tether. I believe that is his right waist tether.
Stay firm.
And is gate closed, sliders locked. Can actually see it all the way to him.
Handover.
It is on his right gear.
And we are in a handover between our satellites currently, but we'll regain communication and video of the crew here shortly. You did hear communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Chris Williams as they work with the ground to make sure that all of their tethers are configured as they should be before they step outside the space station to begin today's spacewalk.
The green reel is unlocked. On my green reel, I have my yellow hook, gate closed, black on black, locked. And on my red reel, I have my green hook, which is unlocked. My red reel is unlocked, and that goes to my right gearing extender with the red hook, black on black, as Jessica called. On my left, on my mini workstation, I have my left waist tether, which goes to my left D-ring extender. The small hook for that is gate closed, locked, black on black.
Okay, you guys, I walked you right into a handover. So we caught most of the tether config, and I'm missing just a few checks. Let's start with you, Chris. It's mostly on you, Chris. Your the waist tether that you have to the Airlock D-ring extender to your right D-ring extender. Make sure you got that hook closed and locked.
Copy. I think Jessica can see that one.
Yep, I reported both of those. It is closed and locked on his right gearing extender and closed and locked on the Airlock gearing extender.
Okay, well, we didn't miss too much, evidently, so you guys got a great tether config.
D1 copies.
DB2 copies.
And now closing in on 1 pound per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
On the depress cue card, when crew lock BPDT is about 0, you can expect a learn tone. I don't know if you got one yet.
Negative. No alert tone.
Yep, DB2 negative.
I haven't received any of the expected alert tones.
Okay, guys, we're going to hold here while we're waiting for the pressure to keep coming down. And as we pause, I'll come back to you for hatch ops.
V1.
V2.
And as we await pressure to reach 0 pounds per square inch or vacuum, you are hearing communications where the crew is mentioning EV1 and EV2. EV1 this morning is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She'll be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. EV2 is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, and you'll be able to identify him because he will be in the unmarked spacesuit once we get views of them after they egress the hatch. For Meir, this is the 4th spacewalk of her career, and for Williams, this will be the very first of his career. And back inside the International Space Station, on your left, you do see European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau. And on the right, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. They have been primed to get the crew suited up and step through procedures this morning ahead of the start of today's spacewalk. Once pressure inside of the crew lock reaches 0 pounds per square inch, some system checks will occur, and then the spacesuits will be switched onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now less than 1 pound per square inch, 0.93 pounds per square inch currently. And if you're just joining us this morning, we are nearing the start of today's Spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 94, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will exit the station's Quest airlock to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the array will provide additional battery power for the orbital lab, including critical support of its safe and controlled deorbit. Today, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir will serve as Spacewalk Crew Member 1, or EV1, and will wear a suit with red stripes, while NASA astronaut Chris Williams will serve as Spacewalk Crew Member 2 and will wear the unmarked spacesuit. This will be the 4th spacewalk for Meir and the 1st for Williams.
About 0.6 on the hatch pressure gauge. Copy.
Copy that, Jessica. Thank you. We're still standing by.
Copy.
And as you just heard, the crew lock is continuing to depress down to 0, currently at 0.55 pounds per square inch, so getting closer. Once at vacuum, the crew will get the go to switch their spacesuits to battery power, which will mark the start of today's spacewalk.
All right, Jessica, big moment. Your suit data is nominal, both of you, and we are showing 0.5 PSI on the hatch. You verified for us 0.6 on the hatch gauge. You have a go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Okay, copy. Go to open and stow the hatch.
And you did just hear that communication that the crew has the go to stow the hatch.
Nicely done, Jessica.
Okay, hatch is open. And we're in the hatch seat.
Well done. Well done.
I can see the light.
Excellent. Okay, for Jack in the airlock, you can put step 15 into work, emergency MPEV to closed.
In work.
Complete.
Thank you, Sophie. All right, guys, that puts us in the post-depress portion of the cue card. Now, before I have you switch those, I want to have you, Jessica, we heard you mention your alert tones that you weren't getting them. And so after this step, if you could for us, verify that you get the warning tone.
Okay, copy.
So with that, on your DCM, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch those, and expect the warning tone.
Okay, copy. EV1 is going power to BAT. Power to BAT, and I do have my power restart message, the tone.
EV2 is switching power to BAT.
Okay, I copy you both are in BAT, and you got the tone, Jessica?
Apron.
Awesome. Okay.
And EV2 also has a 2P high that I just proed.
Same expected 2P high message.
Those are expected. You can pro, and in fact, that's the next step to switch your display to pro to verify a functional display.
EV1 functional.
EV2 functional.
Excellent. Okay, Chris, for you on the UIA, you can switch power EV1 to 2 switches to off.
Copy, in work, power EV1 and EV2 coming to off. EV1 off, EV2 off.
And check power EV1 to LEDs, 4 of them are off.
All 4 LEDs, EV1 and EV2 power are off.
All right, switching to your DCMs, you can now disconnect your SCU from your DCMs, install the DCM cover, and stow your SCU in the pouch.
EV1 copies in work.
EV2 copies in work.
EV1 demated.
EV2 demated.
And with suits now on internal battery power, the next major milestone that we are looking ahead towards is seeing the hatch open. You do see on your screen there that circular structure. That is the space station hatch that we will see open here shortly.
And I have my DCM cover in place.
EV2 has SCU in the pouch and DCM cover in place.
All right, well done, guys. For you, Chris, you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Pump man ISO valve is closed.
All right, on your DCMs, take your temp control valve to max hot.
Work?
In work.
EV1 max hot.
EV2 max hot.
Switch water on.
EV1 water on.
EV2 water on.
All right, check DCM blank, bite off.
EV1 DCM blank, bite off.
EV2 DCM blank, bite off.
Okay, you can set your temp control valve as desired and report your setting to me.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies in work.
EV1's currently at 8.
EV2 has TCV set to 6.
Copy. EV1 is at 8, EV2 is at 6, and if you will, report all subsequent TCV changes to me as we go along, and then report your suit key gauge.
EV1 suit key gauge is 4.2.
The EV2 suit key gauge 4.4.
Copy 4.2 and 4.4, EV1, EV2. All right, you guys, we are just about there. You're right smack in the middle of a day pass. Your visor set as required. Step 14 is not required. We will need from our suit IVs, step 15. Never mind, suit IVs. We're going to do that from the ground.
And TC, I've actually brought my TCB down to a setting of 6 right now. I'm going to leave it there.
Copy that. 6 for EV1. Okay, Jessica, Chris, we are ready to step into our timeline. You ready?
V1's ready.
EV2, ready to go.
You sound ready. Okay, Jessica, you can open the hatch thermal cover and release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring. You'll attach that hook to the stowage tether point there on the thermal cover, and then cinch the strap until it's snug, and we expect 6 lines visible. If you'll confirm that for me when you're done.
Copy. And the hatch, the thermal cover was open, of course, still held on by the hook. And I'm putting that into the stowage location now. The stowage location, and I see 6 lines.
Perfect. 6 lines.
Thermal cover is open.
Excellent. You have a go to egress, and as you come out, if you can, when you're able, turn on your HECA.
And as you can see on your screen, the thermal hatch cover is now open. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:52 a.m. Central Time this morning, the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Copy. And when you come out, you are taking your anchor to airlock handrail 0554.
EV1 copies. I have that in sight.
Just jamming. Okay, check for me. Gate closed, hook lock.
No, I don't have it on yet. It's in work.
And first out of the hatch today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, completing the 4th spacewalk of her career. You'll be able to identify her throughout today because she's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, as you can see on your screen.
Okay, I have my anchor hook on the port D-ring of 554, gate closed and slider locked.
Copy. You can work on EV2 anchor, and that will be to the aft airlock external D-ring.
In work. Okay, I have EV2's anchor hook on the aft D-ring of the airlock, gate closed and slider locked.
Well done. You can reposition yourself, Jessica, to the forward side of the crew lock and get ready for the strut bag handoff. And when you're ready, you can give Chris the go to release his waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, I am moving to the forward side of the airlock. Set a waist tether down. Chris, you have a go to remove your waist tether anytime you like.
Copy that. My waist tether is removed from the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, Chris, you can start passing out the strut bag when Jessica's ready. I'm going to let you two coordinate that. If you need any reminders, let me know. And before we get to the next bag, I'll be checking with you, Jessica, to make sure we have the bag in the expected orientation.
V1 copies.
EV2 copies. I'm ready to pass it when you are, Jessica.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to get my RET out.
Copy all.
And next up, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, still inside the hatch, is going to pass the strut bag to Meir. The strut bag is about 8 feet long and weighs over 300 pounds and contains the mid-struts and the left lower strut that will be assembled and installed during today's spacewalk.
Okay, Chris, I'm ready for you to pass out the bag.
Okay, strut bag is coming down.
Okay, and if you can pause right there.
Holding.
A little bit further, actually.
Copy, I see your ret.
Okay, I've got my BRT ret on it.
Okay. I hear you have your ret on it. I am going to take the airlock ret and remove it from strut bag.
Copy.
Airlock ret is removed from the strut bag. That airlock ret has been reattached to the airlock gearing extender.
Okay, copy.
And I copy as well. Nice work, you guys.
Chris, it's going to take me a few minutes to get this situated.
Yep, copy all. Need to untangle a ret from my wire ties on my BRT, so I will be there in 1 second.
All right, you guys take your time.
You see, I've got the adjustable that was on the handrail of the strut bag on the bag on my Windy workstation now as well. And I'm going to work on getting this in a acceptable orientation on my BRT.
Excellent. And just a reminder, the tape goes toward your head.
Copy, I've got the tape toward my head.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we now are over 11 minutes into the first spacewalk of 2026, the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. On your screen, you see one of our spacewalkers, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who has egressed the airlock this morning and is working to get the strut bag, that 8-foot-long bag you see on your screen, configured. Still inside the airlock, but soon to exit, is NASA astronaut Chris Williams. This is Meir's fourth spacewalk and the first for Williams. The duo will work together today to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, these arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting lab.
Okay. Yes, I'm on the forward side, and I've got the strut bag.
Copy.
I think how I like it for now.
Copy.
And I see the cable bag coming out.
Okay.
Okay, stand by right there.
Copy. It's a good location for me to take the red off, too.
Okay, and I'm following along, you guys. I heard what you said, Jessica, about the strut bag, and I assume you got your mini workstation red to the non-taped end of the handrail.
Negative, I decided to use my BRT ret there, so I have my BRT ret on the non-taped side.
Yeah.
I have my BRT on the handrail, and I have the adjustable on the taped side.
That's right. You did say BRT. I got it written down. Okay, we got all your checks, and I see you passing out the cable bag. And do you need any words on this? You guys got the choreography?
Got a ret on the cable. I think we got it.
All right, you got a red on it?
Chris, I have a ret on it.
Okay, I am just grabbing it for a second to take this airlock ret off.
Okay, and I did use the
bag ret?
Yes, the bag ret that we talked about.
It's released from the airlock, and its ret is back on the airlock gearing extender.
Oh, copy.
And from this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam, we're getting a nice peek inside of the airlock where NASA astronaut Chris Williams is still, but soon will be exiting. They just worked to pass over the tether bag where all of the tethers and cables are located that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
Chris, just a heads up for you, when you come out, you'll be biased toward the aft side of the crew lock.
See that? Aft on egress.
And the bag's floating up a little bit, but I have a hand on it, so you can just hit it with your foot if it's in your way coming out.
Okay, copy that. I am ready to egress if you guys are ready for it.
We are totally ready for it.
Okay, I've got my visor down and I've got my PECA on.
I see you coming out.
Thanks, Chris.
And NASA astronaut about to exit the International Space Station for the very first spacewalk of his career.
And straighten up a little bit. I see your spacer getting caught.
Spacer's getting caught.
Yep, if you can get your legs a little bit straight down. There you go.
Here we are, yep.
And I am right to your right, so you can go aft.
Copy, I'm going to go aft. Yep. I got caught on my BRT from the airlock, so I am free now.
Copy.
And I am coming out.
Hey, like we talked about, go ahead and get comfortable.
Copy that, yep. I'm just going to get further down. Awesome. Tether on the airlock. Okay, and I got my end effector down.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead and close the thermal cover before we transfer the bag?
Sounds like a great idea.
I can help you on this side.
Copy that. It started. I can finish it off. I got it.
ATC, I see the thermal cover is closed.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm coming over towards you a little bit to see the cable bag.
Oh, strut bag's kind of...
Yep, I see it.
Has a lot of momentum.
Lock that out. Okay, I've got my BRT out.
And we are getting some spectacular views of the Earth from Jessica Meir's helmet cam. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles over Africa.
And I'm going to take the cable bag.
Okay. You have positive control?
I have standby. I have positive control.
Okay.
And I've got a good BRT rep on the cable bag. And I'm just going to get this with the mid facing away.
And you might want to move aft a bit again. My other's right here.
Copy that, yep. Coming aft. Just get this on my DRT. Okay, cable bag is on my DRT.
Okay, are you ready for me to release? Do you have a ret on it?
I have my BRT ret on the cable bag, good connection.
Okay, you ready to receive the ret back?
I am ready to receive the I got it.
Here it comes.
Yep.
Just let it go. Yep.
Okay. Tether it back to the bag.
All right, guys. Nicely done. Nicely done. And I see that you got the lid oriented away from your body, all the proper checks. When you guys are ready, you can perform your body checks, and we'll just be listening to what you're saying, and if you miss anything, I'll let you know.
All right, Chris.
Let me just get into a better orientation.
Can you bring your head down a little bit?
Yep, working on it.
Okay, I see a green light on your HECA.
Copy.
Lights are not on yet, neither are mine.
Copy.
I see 3, 1, 2, can you roll? Okay, I got it actually, 1, 2, 3 tabs up.
Copy.
And actually your left safer handle is up.
Copy, left handle is up. Working on it. Okay, I think that might have done it.
All right, turn, roll toward me a little bit. Yes, it's down now, and I can see that the right side is also down.
Copy that.
I see you've got the bag on your DRT, and you've got a good tether config.
Copy all. All right, and I am, look at you. I see your HECA light is on. I see your helmet lights are off. Just get a little more stable here. Okay, I see you've got 1, 2, if you can, go on your left, 3 taps. The left safer handle down, and I see right safer handle down. I see you've got the strut bag on your left. All your tethers look to be in good order. And I've got a nominal hat and I'm a glove inspection.
Hey, and I didn't give you my hat or gloves yet either. My hat is dry and nominal gloves.
Okay.
Don't forget buddy check.
You guys got them all, and I copy dry hats and good gloves for all. And Chris, just before I get you guys on your way with translation adaptation, just want to give you a heads up, Chris, that we are not getting any biomed data, but we are getting good suit data, which indicates there might be a physical connection with the electrodes that is compromised. So, but we are good to continue with the EVA. Just wanted to let you know that about our insight into your biomed.
Okay, copy that. I'll let you know I'm feeling great.
Well, that's exactly what we want to hear, so keep it up. Okay, with that, you can perform translation adaptation as required.
You got it.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams did just complete what is called buddy checks, where they essentially take a look at each other's spacesuits, tethers, and tools, ensuring everything is configured and looking as expected. This will occur throughout today's spacewalk. You also heard a HAP, or helmet absorption pad check. This is a safety device developed by NASA to address the possible risk of water inside the helmets. Both reported dry HAPs, which is what is expected at this time. So now Meir and Williams will begin to translate or move over to their first work site of today's spacewalk. We're now 22 minutes into the first spacewalk outside the International Space Station of 2026.
Okay, I'm feeling good.
Feeling good?
Yep.
All right, TC, I think with that, I am ready to start translating up the fetus spur.
Oh.
And Chris can continue his translation adaptation when he goes to EFT2.
Okay, that sounds like a great plan. Just to let you know, we are coming up on a bit of a handover in about 3.5 minutes, so let me get you guys started. You are going to translate out first. Jessica, you're going to head up on the forward face and head out port. and your green hook location is nadir of the P1 FHRC. When you are past the MT, just give me a holler.
I know I'll be looking for 3651, the nadir handoff.
Oh, look at you, remembering your numbers and all that. For you, Chris, you're going to translate to ESP2 with 3. I think you know where that is. You'll be following Jessica. And I have a number of cautions, three cautions to read that will apply when once you start on the forward face. So let me get those out while you guys are translating. The first is to avoid contact with the deployed tusk cables on the nadir and zenith feeder rails. Those will be the big white tape things you see going along the face of the truss. Avoid contact with radiators and flex hoses. This is more for when you are actually on P4. And then do not translate on the 2 alpha PVR base handrail. Again, that's when you're at P4. And Chris, I'll try to give you another reminder when you're close to that area.
81 copies. 82 copies roll.
All right. And with that, happy translating, and we are about 2 minutes from a handover.
81 copies.
2 copies.
Chris, I'm going up the Cedar Spur. I'm going to go nice and slow with this bag.
Copy that. I'm going to get up to the toolboxes and make my reach over to ESP2.
And both Williams and Meir now working on translating or moving to their next area of the International Space Station. And Williams is working to grab the Worksite Interface Extension, or Wiffix. It's a tool that are used by astronauts during spacewalks to extend the capability of their workstation foot restraints. In a short time, Williams will work to get inside of the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, and this Wiffix tool will help give him a better reach as Meir and Williams work to install the mod kit this morning.
Chris and Jessica, just want to let you know I'm back with you, and we see views through your HECA.
Give you 1 copy.
Give you 2 copies.
And this view from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' viewpoint as he works to get the cable bag stowed The cable bag will be utilized later during today's spacewalk, but is not needed at the moment, so he's going to stow it temporarily.
Okay, I have the bag ready to the Wiffix and the Wiffix removed. Working on bundling.
All right, Chris, way to go. When you're ready, you can start translating to your green hook location, following Jessica.
And you can see that Wiffix or worksite interface extension in Chris Williams' hand there. It's going to bundle it to the cable bag to make it a little easier to bring over to the worksite. As a reminder, today the first procedures that the crew members will be working on are to finish out the mod kit build for the 2A power channel. A portion of this modification kit is already built and installed outside the International Space Station and was completed on May 1st, 2025 by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers.
Okay, I'm just past the MT. That was a bit interesting with the bag, and I am at the FHRC. So I'll get ready to do my green hook.
Copy, Jessica. Yeah, I saw you managing that big bag going under there. Good job. Hey, Chris, I see what you're doing. That's great. A great fix.
Yep.
And we're continuing to get views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams during his very first spacewalk of his career. He was working to bundle that Wiffix to the cable bag, essentially using a large wire tie to do so.
Okay, I've got my green hook on handrail 3651. It's closed, rider's locked.
Copy, Jessica.
I copy that, Jessica, and I've got the specs bundled on my BRT.
Okay, copy both of you. So, Jessica, you're heading out to the 2 Alpha IEA. Outboard to the Sarge. Prior to crossing that, verify for me your gauntlets are in place.
Give you one copy.
And as you just heard, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to translate over to the 2A power truss.
Okay, EV2 is picking up my waste tether and beginning to translate back towards feeder spur.
Copy, Chris.
And this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to translate.
Jessica's safety tether.
She does have the strut bag attached to her, and inside the strut bag are the mid-struts and the left lower strut that will be assembled and installed today. The strut bag is about 8 feet long and weighs over 300 pounds. Of course, in microgravity, it does not necessarily have weight, but it still has that mass associated with it.
EV2's at the top feeder spur.
Welcome to the forward phase. Jessica, verify for me your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are down.
Okay. And then...
Affirm, gauntlets are in place.
All right, and you remember you're going nadir at Sarge to the keel side of the IEA.
Yep, copy. Copy, nadir.
And Chris, I'm watching you, but when you are past the MP, just let me know.
And we did just have a great view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues her translation to the 2A truss of the International Space Station.
And I'm on the bottom of the IEA.
Copy that, Jessica. Those are the tuss reels, that white tape-looking thing there, Chris, under the handrail.
Yep,
Just pointing it out because
I see it.
We don't see.
Yep, and I will avoid contact.
Yeah.
Just trying to...
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Just pointing it out.
Yep, affirm. I'm just... Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to avoid Jessica's safety tether here. I'm just be on the... caught up on the rear part, and I'm just putting it inside of it.
Yeah, I'm at the strut bag location, so I'm going to start working on that.
Copy, Jessica. Let me know if you want me to call out any handrails for you.
And I did put a poor man fairly at the end. It did actually come off. So we can see to get the strut back on if I need to put that fairly back in or not.
Okay. When you head back inboard, we'll address that.
And Jessica Meir is now going to work to stow that strut bag temporarily. Once Williams joins her in this location, they'll hand off the cable bag.
EV2 is coming under the MT.
Copy, Chris. Nice work.
Okay, I've got the strut bag off my VRT.
And Jessica, that large, small adjustable that's at the corner of your strut bag, it goes to 5136.
Yep. Copy, that is in work.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 40 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That is one of the...
Or is it the one that's right in front?
5142 is one of the handrails we have.
I see 5136.
Yeah, 5136 is where we expect that ret to go.
Okay, copy.
Okay, and Chris, we...
Got the large, small, and 51.
Chris, we see you outboard of the Cedar cart. That was great translation you did there. We have a green hook location for you on Base 6 there. When you get to the FHRC, that's your landmark.
I'm just by the...
There you go. And you're looking...
Yep, I'm just at the FHRC.
All right, you're looking for the short handrail that is parallel to the truss. It's number 3652, 3652.
All right. I see it, and I'm at it, 3652.
TC, the next one is the other side of this outboard bag going to the handrail above me. Above, yeah, which handrail is it going to?
And Jessica, we're expecting a large small to go to 5142. And I believe that's the short one that is facing the BGA.
Okay, copy. With some lights on.
If I got my lights on.
Sorry, that snuck up on us.
Working my green hook.
And y'all can keep your lights on through the whole EVA if you don't want to have to manage that.
Copy. These are a large small on 5142, but I see a small here. Actually, it's an integral. So I have the large small on 5136, and then there's a small on the edge on this integral to the bag. That's the one that you mean for 5142?
Small on 5142. You got it, Jessica.
And I've got my green hook down on 3652, in this small handrail, and I am continuing outbound.
Copy, Chris. And as you head outboard to the Sarge, before you cross, check that your gauntlets are in place.
Copy, will go.
TC, I've got those two down. I'm going to go down to the inboard end.
Copy, Jessica, and while you're headed there, just verify for me that the handrail is towards the center of the IEA.
confirm. It will be when it's packed down.
Okay, copy. And we're about a minute and a half from a handover.
Okay, copy.
Copy.
And Meir and Williams are continuing to translate to the 2A power channel location for the work that will be done today.
At the start, my gauntlets are down.
Awesome. Thank you.
You did hear the call out that we are in an orbital nightfall, and of course you can see that on your screen here as well. The International Space Station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, which means the crew living and working aboard the space station sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes.
Okay, I see your safety cover in front of me, Jessica.
Okay.
I don't want to get up on this guy. Might take it with me and format it at the corner by you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, format's fairly down for you.
Once Williams and Meir do reach the 2A power channel, they will begin worksite setup. And we are in a brief handover between our satellites, but we'll get views and communications back with the crew here shortly. If you're just joining us, we are 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. It's the first outside the International Space Station this year and the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk is the fourth for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the first for NASA astronaut Chris Williams. The main task for today is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station roll-out solar arrays to provide additional power for the space station. Additionally, swabs will be taken outside of the space station and tested for possible microorganisms as part of an ongoing experiment.
Your poor safety tether keeps popping off and trying to snag me. I'm trying to figure out how to best manage that one.
Let me see if I pull it a little bit. Is that going to help you?
Let's see. Maybe you can try to do a little weave here. That might be a better option. Let's see.
Okay.
I've weaved it across here. It might stay now.
Okay, copy that.
All right, guys, we're back with you both in comm and video.
Okay, TC, I've got the inboard side on handrail 5126, so I've got 3 hooks down. Expecting 4, or is that a good config for the strut bag?
That's not just a good config, it's an excellent config. Got it all. And
thank you.
You're welcome. Make sure that the tape is toward the mass canister, which I'm assuming it is because you have all the right handrails.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. I'm excited. Let's see. You guys are going to work on passing the cable bag, handing that off to one another.
I will come down toward you, Chris.
Copy that. I've got the cable bag over here. Now I'm going to work on getting it secure.
I'm going to have to undo my weave here.
Let me know when you're ready for handrails, Jessica.
Copy. Actually, I see them right in front of me. I think it's 5122 and 5117.
Close. I've got 5109 and 5117. I think 5109 is around the corner.
I see the one on that one. Okay, I see it. Chris is there now, so I will wait until he is gone before I get that one.
Okay.
So,
and
let's see, we're going to put it this way.
Yeah, and the hinge is going to go toward the center.
All right, let me take my DRT off. I'll keep my DRT ret on. My DRT is disconnected.
I've got a hook down now, Chris.
You have a hook down?
I've got a hook on 5117.
Okay, I'm going to take my DRT ret off of the cable bag. DRT ret is off.
Any chance if you're right at that corner handrail, you can tack down the other edge of it?
I am, and I can. Let's see. What do we want?
Whatever that left corner is.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, anything on that side that's facing you.
Do it, or...
If you put it, well, if you can put it on the bottom on that side, I think it would help you because it'll clobber the ORU left.
You're right. Do that.
I'm right next to you.
Yep.
All right, I see it there. That's a good config. See, the cable bag is temp stowed, and I'm going to work on getting the Wiffix.
Okay. And I'm going to work on heading back towards the, towards grabbing our, APFR.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, copy all, guys. Good work. And I copied, Jessica, you're going to work on the Wiffix. I want to just throw out there that we have the GoPro set up that we'd like to have you do at some point, so I'll leave that up to your discretion when to set that up.
Yeah, I was thinking I would do... Sure thing. I was thinking I'd bring the Wiffix over, and then my next move is to open up the strut bag anyway, so I thought that I would do it then.
Good plan.
Be happy to have that strut bag off of me.
I bet.
Yeah, I'm crossing back over the forge.
Copy, Chris.
You see, I've got one of my rets on the Wiffix, so I'm going to release this with ret that's on the bag. I'm going to leave it on the bag. We're going to use that later for the lens cover.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir now working to unbundle the Wiffix from the cable bag. As you see on your screen there, that Wiffix is the worksite interface extension, which is used by astronauts during spacewalks to extend the capability of workstation foot restraints. So that will be utilized here shortly. Once she has that unbundled, she is going to work to install it.
Yeah, I've got the Wiffix, and I'm going to translate over to its location.
Copy, Jessica. And yeah, you're going on the outboard edge near the keel pin.
Copy.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is translating to the port CETA cart to retrieve the articulating portable foot restraint, which will be utilized during today's spacewalk. The primary goal of today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. And as part of this, Meir and Williams will work together to finish the installation of a mod kit that is partially installed following a spacewalk last year on May 1st, 2025 by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers.
So it looks like we actually stowed the cable bag upside down.
Oh, sorry.
It needs to be flipped 180. Would you suggest I do that now or go handle the Wiffix and we'll come get this after? Basically,
the consensus here, Jessica, is to get that Wiffix out of your hands into the whiff and then come back and fix up the bag.
Okay, sounds good. What's that plan?
at the feeder cart APFR. I'm just going to work on removal.
Okay, man. Take your time. You guys are doing good.
I see Wiff 25.
We're now 55 minutes into the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This is the 4th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the 1st for NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who are our spacewalkers today. The primary task for today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting lab.
When you're ready for the clocking.
I think I got it. The clocking's going to be 6, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
At this time, both Meir and Williams are working to install and set up their work areas, including tools that will be utilized during the build-out of the mod kit today. This mod kit is partially built and in a good configuration outside the International Space Station, ready for Williams and Meir to finish up the build and installation, following a spacewalk last year on May 1st to partially build part of the modification kit.
You don't even need me, Jessica. You got it. Clocking is 6, golf.
Oh, we need you.
Maybe later, right?
We need you.
I'll hang out with
we
you.
Need you. Thank you. Okay, I see a clock of golf, and the 1 is already set. Don't need to change that.
All right, we copy. Good config for the Wiffix. You can start the work relocating the EV3 PGT and torque wrench from the strut bag to the Wiffix handrail.
And work.
And you did hear some communications there from the ground here in Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson is today's ground IV and will be communicating with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams throughout today's spacewalk.
You're like a pro already. Okay, you're going to translate once you, again, cross the Sarge. Before you get there, check your gauntlets are in place.
Copy, Wilco.
And Dyson is a spacewalking pro herself, having logged 4 spacewalks outside the International Space Station in her career.
You guys ready for a confidence booster?
Yes, please.
Well, your consumables are looking good, and you guys are doing really good on the timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Williams is continuing to translate prior to installing the articulating portable foot restraint in that Wiffix. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is working inside of the strut bag to relocate the PGT or pistol grip tool and the torque wrench. And you can see a view of that on your screen now.
Out of the bag, and then I'm going to release the bag adjustable.
Gotcha. So you got, in other words, you have the adjustable on the Wiffix handrail?
Negative the ret. I think it's supposed to be the free end of the ret. That's on the adjustable?
Gotcha. Yes, I gotcha. That's a good config.
Okay. And I've released the other end from the bag.
Okay. It's almost like you're reading the procedures, Jessica. I love this. Okay. I'm going to have you...
So I think with that, I'll go back down to the strut bag. Oh, I was going to suggest I'd go back down to the strut bag, deploy the GoPro, and then swap over that cable bag.
We're good with that? Yeah, we're good with that.
And I am back at the Sarge. My gauntlets are...
Copy, Chris. Gauntlets down. And we will have you fair leading along the inboard radiator corner of IEA. I might be giving you that a little too soon.
Copy that. Inboard radiator corner of IEA.
And I see you. So in my head, we had the GoPro on the other end of the bag, but actually have it on the far end.
Copy.
I'll take a look at what I see.
Yeah, Jessica, we had it on the inboard, what would have been the inboard side. No, wait, yeah, inboard side.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it right here. Was actually going to be like go into a receptacle.
I think the nut was just going to go into like a whip.
Well, it won't go into a whiff. That's not the right size.
Yeah, no, Jessica, we anticipated the clamp of the end effector to go on a handrail of your choice.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But handrails that are down here, okay, maybe over here. I fear that it's going to be like just getting a lot of video of the bag itself, but it's okay. Not required. I'm going to turn it on. See a blinking red light are rolling. I'm waving to the camera, and I'm going to try to pan it over to Chris.
I'm still working on trying to get this lead fairly to stay. You still want to pop off?
Yeah, that was what I was saying. much different than the string ones. They tend to pop off. So if you really think it's going to keep popping off like that, you know, you can consider a rich man if you like.
Hey guys, for you, Jessica.
Copy that.
Sorry to interrupt. Jessica, we have some handrail suggestions for the GoPro, and they would be more on the inboard side of the IEA, around 5109, 5110, or 5115. And that'll give a nice big picture of what you guys are doing.
And those are at the outboard end, or you were breaking up a little bit at the start there.
The inboard side, over by the cable bag.
Inboard end. Okay.
And those handrails are 09, 10, and 17, ending in those numbers.
Okay, copy.
And for you, Chris.
So, and you think that
Go ahead.
You thinking to leave it on the bag, Rhett?
Well, negative. Once you have it connected, you can red it to the handrail that you're clamping to.
Okay, then I would have to take the ret from the bag. There's no other ret on it to
I would concur. If there's not enough ret links to make it over there and then come back and release it, then you might need to use your workstation, your mini workstation ret. And Chris, I see you working on that fair lead. You know, we actually have a name for that, and it's called the middle class fair lead. I see you weaving it.
Middle class.
Well, I gotta give Farouk credit for that one. He came up with it.
I like it. I've got it nicely hooked, I think, around this handrail by the end here. So I think that will hold pretty well.
Way to go.
I've actually put the lot on 5117. Near the corner here, next to the cable bag. And I think it could be a good spot to try.
We like it.
I think I'm just going to leave the ret on it to the bag.
Okay, sounds good.
Not in the way of anything. Okay, and the cable bag actually flips itself around. So, because it's only on 2 tethers, actually that works out. I can put a third one down here to keep it in the orientation we want.
Okay, and that stringing of the ret isn't going to preclude you from getting the bag turned around, you said?
Oh, negative. It's actually turned around now.
All right. That was a 2-for-1.
We're in a good config.
Okay, so you feel like you got the cable bag fixed and the GoPro set up?
I think so.
All right. When you are in a comfortable spot, I'd like to get from you a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Stand by 1.
And I've made it over to the Wiffix, and I'm working on the APFR.
Okay, Chris, you were looking for a clocking of 12.
12.
So, Chris, so that you know when you come over here, the end effector, there is a ret that's going back to the bag, just for SA. It's running straight down the side, though, so it shouldn't be in our way.
Copy that.
I see you right there, so I'll pause here.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, TC, I will give you my checks. My gauntlets are down, my hat is dry, and you see a little bit of a couple black marks on my left pinky, on the RTV, and a couple black marks on my index finger on my right hand, like near the tip. And otherwise, those look nominal.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir did just complete a glove and HAP inspection. Meanwhile, Williams is continuing to install the APFR and the Wiffix. That articulating portable foot restraint will be utilized in the next steps as the crew works to build the mid-strut.
And for you, Jessica, you can get yourself situated at the strut bag because your next steps are going to be to retrieve the right mid-strut.
The in-work. And Chris, I'm just underneath your feet, so I'll give you a moment to get that APFR done before I come over to that corner.
Copy. I need to put it in, but I didn't realize I didn't have clearance to rotate it with the Egress 8, so I gotta just adjust some things here.
No worries, take your time.
I'm just giving you guys a heads up. The sun will be coming up in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, I have the APFR installed in a clocking of 12.
Way to go. Give me those checks, if you will. The locking collar, pull, twist test.
Yep. Stand by for all of that. Okay, locking collar is black on black, and a good pull twist test.
Check that pitch knob for me. Make sure that it can be depressed.
Copy, in work.
And while you're there, you can set it to Papa Papa.
Pitch knob can be depressed and stand by in work. And we are at a pitch of Papa Papa. Pitch knob is up and can be depressed.
All right. And then the next setting is Charlie for the roll and 12 for the yaw.
See Charlie, go.
Okay, with that, I've got a few
I'm right behind your feet.
I got a few cautions to read. You guys, is this a good time for you?
Good for me.
Yep, I can listen.
All right. No sudden movements on the mass canister or the mod kit. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second. That's about 3 seconds per foot on the BGA. The maximum lateral load on the BGA is about 40 pounds or a squat bar. Avoid cyclic loading and do not impart forces into the mod kit struts before they are fully installed.
Either one copies.
EV2 copies.
Okay, I see. And I think you said, Chris, you're working on ingressing the APFR, and you may want to...
Still getting the settings.
Say again?
I'm still working the yaw on it.
Sorry about that. I thought I heard you had them set.
No worries.
And I'm going to come a little bit further outboard, Chris.
Copy. Okay, I've got 12 Papa Papa Charlie 12 set on the APFR.
Okay, we got good settings on the APFR, and your next steps are to ingress, and we recommend locking the safety tether to relieve the retraction force.
Copy, and sounds like a good plan.
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now going to work to get situated in the articulating portable foot restraint.
Right mid-strut. I'm gonna loosen the and leave it ready for the bag.
Good plan.
Meanwhile, Meir is retrieving the right mid-struts from the strut bag. You can see this view on your screen there of Meir as she works to retrieve those struts. Once Williams and Meir are both situated, they will work together to install the right mid-strut first. They'll be utilizing the PGT or pistol grip tool to install the strut into place. The PGT is sometimes referred to as the space drill and will be a key component and tool utilized during today's spacewalk. We're now 1 hour and 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
Chris, I'm right off your right side.
I see you.
Let me know if I can help you at all.
All right, well, let me just get the finger fade up. Try not to yaw it while I do. Gonna get my visor down.
And we have moved into an orbital sunrise.
Angle might be a little bit off on the GoPro. Might be looking towards the sun a little bit too much. Needs to come to the right a little. We can fix that later if you like.
Copy.
The International Space Station is currently flying 267 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean.
Come to your left a little bit.
Yep, I'm working on stabilizing.
And in this view on your screen, you can see both NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the top spacewalker there. She's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. And then on the lower portion of your screen is NASA astronaut Chris Williams. Williams is going to work to get into the articulating portable foot restraint, which you can see him doing there. He's going to lock his feet in, and he will remain in that placement to help him get in a good configuration to have good leverage to help install the right mid-strut alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Get my balance right.
And this might help, Chris. We're not sure if you locked out your safety tether, but that retraction force is pretty strong and could be working against you.
Well, yep, I did lock it out.
Okay.
I think you're in. If you can bring your feet forward a little bit more and get your heels down, you're right underneath the loop.
Skip.
And you're canted a bit too much to, your heel's too far to the left.
Trying to just deal with that. Let me just reset. Fix the yaw while I'm at it.
Okay, let me know if want me to help pack you on.
I think I just need to give it one more go.
The left foot's on top of the toe loop, so bring it down. Now you're underneath.
Copy underneath.
Right foot's in. You should be able to lock your heel.
And as you can see on your screen there, Williams continuing to get in a good position to get locked into that articulating portable foot restraint.
Coming forward before you rotate. Very close.
Let me just sit back a little bit more.
An even better view here on our screen, Williams is in that unmarked spacesuit.
And I think you hit the roll pedal.
All right. That's,
so I think overall, it just move a little bit more slowly. And yeah, it was, okay, that was the yaw, and then you also hit the roll.
Yep, I see it. Yeah, at the end of the on the Wiffix, there's a little bit more bounce than I was expecting, so I'm trying to just work through that.
I think you just needed to get your foot a little bit further forward before you rotate your heel.
Copy all.
We definitely hit the pedals again, but if you want to keep trying, we can rotate them after you're in.
Copy.
There's your left coming underneath. Your right's underneath now. I think you need to come forward a little bit more with your toes. Now rotate your heel on your right side. That looks like it's very close to in if it's not in already. I think you're in.
I feel like I'm in. Hey, there we go.
Okay, so you're, I think both the yaw and roll might be off now, or at least the yaw.
Yep. I'm going to just take my right foot out and yaw myself over a little bit.
Okay, yeah, you can try to do that.
Okay, guys, we're about 45 seconds from the handover.
Copy.
Charlie 12 on the Wiffix, on the APFR. Roll and yaw.
Copy, I see Charlie, and he's adjusting the yaw now.
Feels about right?
That looks about right. Yep. Nice job. Okay. All right, great job.
And Williams is now in that articulating portable foot restraint.
We've got about 20 seconds
Okay, you feeling?
to a 20-second handover.
Okay, copy.
Take a breather, Chris, and when I come back, we'll check your access to those sections of the mounting bracket.
Copy. Copy all.
And if you're just joining us, we are approaching the 1 hour, 30 minute into today's spacewalk, the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrade. We are currently in a brief handover period between our satellites, and the team here in Mission Control is being led by NASA Flight Director Diana Trujillo. The primary task of today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting lab. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This is her 4th spacewalk of her career, as well as NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is completing the 1st spacewalk of his career. So far, the duo has exited the Quest airlock and translated to the work site for today. Just before we had the handover period, we did see that Williams successfully was inside the articulating portable foot restraint, which was the milestone that needed to be completed before work began on installing the right mid-struts.
I think I'm in a good position. I think I'll be able to access the mounting bracket from here.
Excellent. Guys, I'm back with you. I think I heard you say, Chris, you think you can access the mounting bracket. Check the pit pin, grounding block, and the strut clevis.
I see the pin grounding block, and the strut clevis is a little bit forward, but I should be able to reach it, and I see the bearing in there.
Excellent. There's a great view through your helmet cam, too. We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check when you're ready.
Copy. So for my gloves, I've got a little bit of braking RTV on my left fourth finger and a few little black smudges. And a small RTV flake on my right palm, but just RTV. Left glove. Phenomenal.
Okay, Chris, copy on your gloves. That's we're still good with those. What about hat and gauntlet?
And it's got a dry hat and gauntlet for down.
All right. Excellent, guys. So we are ready to install the right mid-strut. So if, Jessica, you can work on transferring the right mid-strut to Chris. Chris, you're going to receive the mid-strut and ret to the handrail stanchion closest to the side pad.
Copy that.
Hey, Chris?
And we are seeing a view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir getting that right mid-strut out of the strut bag. She's going to hand it over to Williams in that articulating portable foot restraint.
By 1 second, and I'll be right back.
And TC, just letting you know, I'm fine with it for now, but I left the glove. I think that I have padding on the back of my hands because the gloves are too large in the width, and I think it's a little bit too thick. So it's pretty hard contact point on the outside of on the back of my left hand. I'm okay with it for now, but I'll keep watching it because it does kind of limit my motion of my left hand a little bit.
Okay, Jessica, we copy all your words on your left glove, the back of it, and we'll keep an eye on it.
And just a question, if I know we don't often adjust our palm bars when we're pressurized. If I were trying to relieve, kind of loosen the palm bar, I'm thinking that should increase the diameter there, which might help it a little bit. Would I have a go to try that?
Checking.
And Chris, let me know when you're ready. We can start.
I'm ready.
Okay, here it comes.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay.
I've got positive control. I'm working my ret.
Copy.
And Meir now working to pass over that mid-strut.
I've got a ret on it. I can release this large.
Okay. I'll get a hand on it.
All right, it's coming down to you, large hook.
Okay. Okay, large hook's back to the bag.
Okay, I'm looking at your hands, Jessica, so it looks like, Chris, you have control of the mid-strut? All right, great. Then, yes, Jessica, you can make your way over to the side pad location on the right side of the mass canister, and you'll BRT to the long handrail. And Chris, you can extend the mid-strut to full length and pin the side pad towards the mass canister.
Copy. Extending to full length and tending towards mass canister.
Okay, and Jessica, just with the question you have about your palm bar, we need to look into that, so it'll be probably a little bit before I can get back to you on it.
Okay, copy.
And you can see Chris Williams is now working to extend that right mid-strut to its full length. When it's inside the strut bag, it's in a condensed form. That strut bag is actually 8 feet long, but you can see here again he's working to extend that mid-strut out to its full length before they do install it on the mass canister.
I found the long handrail.
You can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir across from Williams. She's in that spacesuit with the red stripes. She's going to work to get her pistol grip tool to install the side pad on the mass canister.
Okay, you see those connectors by your left?
I do.
Copy.
Okay. Ready to receive the side pad.
Copy, there you are.
See the arrow is up.
Okay, Jessica, there's a warning I need to read to you that there's a pinch point between the side pad and the mass canister.
Copy.
And for you,
And my red is locked out.
Thank you.
Micro, I'm going to try to.
Yep.
So now that this right mid-strut is fully extended, Meir is going to work to install it using that side panel. She'll utilize the pistol grip tool to do that. We did just have a good view of it a moment ago, and we will get another here shortly. But she's going to line it up with those holes and use the pistol grip tool to safely secure it. And there you can see that view again.
I've got to try to.
Hey, Chris, we'd like you to hold the strut, not just by the bolt, but the clevis of the canister. Thank you.
I'm trying to push down on the left side, but I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting it to engage.
Copy.
side loaded, like right now. Can you lift your end up?
My end up? Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So, Jessica, the tab that is on the side pad, it looks to us like it needs to go up a little higher on the mass canister there. There's more center.
Okay.
There's ribs that are on the sides, and that tab goes between them. You probably can't see the tabs from here, but
I see
yeah,
that.
there you go, girl.
Oh, I got it.
Nice.
Yeah, got it on. Okay, yeah, I was just too far down. I was expecting it to go on that easily, but I guess I was way too far down. That is on there now in a soft dock.
Well done. Okay, let me read another caution to you before we get into these slick fasteners. Okay, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fasteners installation due to side load crossing and, side load cross-threading sensitivity.
Okay, copy.
All right, get out your...
And is the order does not matter?
Correct. And we'll just get out your PGT. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
In work.
Okay, how are you doing, Chris?
Doing great. I'm just holding this here.
And now that Meir has aligned that side pad on the mass canister, she's going to utilize the pistol grip tool to install it.
Calibration here first. PGT's coming on. Go to ratchet. I'll pass. Back to motor. The LED test battery for 1.17 volts.
Just like they taught you. Nice work. Okay, you're looking for alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Copy, alpha. Alpha 2. Alpha 2 clockwise 2 is set.
Copy. You're going to drive mic 9 through mic 12, any order, exactly 2 turns, and call it out after each bolt.
Okay, copy. I'm going to start with bolt 10.
Meir now driving the first bolt.
2 turns on bolt 10.
Copy, 2 turns, bolt 10.
And I see 2.49 on the counter on the revolution. I counted 2 on the PGT itself.
And that's a good turn count. And for now, these 2 turns, you don't need to reference the display on the PGT. Just count them and report what you count.
Okay, copy. Ideally, I would kind of go to the left corner since I just did the right top. That matters because I have better access right now to 12.
Any order.
Turns on 12. Oh, no, that actually did not engage. Now I've got 2 turns on 12.
M12, 2 turns.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 1 hour and 40 minutes into the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is currently using the pistol grip tool to install the side pad on the mass canister of the right mid-strut. Today's focus on the spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. And as part of this, the crew is working to build a mod kit. And that modification kit build is in work, as you see on your screen. A portion of this mod kit has already been built. On May 1st, 2025, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers worked to build a portion of the modification kit, and the main goal of today's spacewalk is to finish up the build. We are getting some great views of the Earth from Jessica Meir's spacesuit here. The International Space Station is currently flying 268 miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the southwest corner of Africa.
I've got 2 turns on M9.
Copy, 2 turns on M9. And Jessica, just a reminder to minimize as much as you can the wobble on the wobble socket.
See?
I know we're asking a lot.
I might need to move my BRT.
And this view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he continues to help support that right mid-strut as Meir installs it using the pistol grip tool. This is Williams' first spacewalk and the 4th for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir in the spacesuit with the red stripes across from him on your screen.
Not ideal here with the BRT on the wrong side. I'll try to get a different body position here, TC.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Jessica. We see what you're doing there, and we want you to take your time and get in a good position, good control of that PGT. So you do what you need to do. Nice. Nice position.
Looks like a great idea.
A little bit too far away from it.
Sorry. Jess, what if you release or loosened up the collar on your BRT?
I think I'm in an okay position right now.
Good.
and I've got 2 turns on M11.
2 turns on M11. Nice. Okay, well done. So after those initial turns on M9 to M12, I think, Chris, you already have the clevis, the mid-strut clevis aligned with the upper strut clevis. Awesome. Okay. So let me get you started. Jessica, first, you can drive M9 to M12 an additional 3 to 7 turns with the same PGT settings. And then, Chris,
okay.
I'm going to have you stand by.
3 to... Was 3 to how many turns, CC?
Yeah, you're going to drive to torque an additional 3 to 7 turns and give me the torque turns and light after each bolt.
Okay, copy. And a different BRT position now.
Meir continuing to use the pistol grip tool to drive those bolts in securely.
Okay, I've got M10. I have a value of 3.7 torque, 4.72 turns. The green light.
I copy 3.7 on the torque, 4.7 on the turn, and a green light on mic 10. And Jessica, that's a good bolt.
Okay, copy.
Okay, and just a suggestion that came from the room that your mini workstation end effector might help you out if you had it at the upper stanchion on the long handrail to triangulate where you have your BRT.
Okay, yeah. That's a good suggestion. I have it a little bit lower. Move it higher.
Okay, and while you're turning your next bolt, Jessica, for you, Chris, you can get out your PGT. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Copy. Getting my PGT.
Okay, and on M12, I have torque 3.6, turns 5.42. The green light.
Copy torque 3.6, turns 5.42, and a green light on mic 12. And that's another good bolt.
Copy.
And I got my PGT out, battery 4123. And, oops, it's drifting out. Bye. I am ready for settings, CC.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And TC, I've got mic 9. I've got a torque of 3.4, 4.65 turns, good green light. Actually 3.7, sorry. 4.65 turns and good green light. 9.
Okay, Jessica, I copied torque of 3.4, turns of 4.65, green light on mic 9, and I didn't copy the rest.
It was not 3.4. The torque was 3.7. The rest was a good copy.
Thank you. 3.7 on the torque. That's a good bolt.
And I've got Bravo 1 clockwise 2 sets.
Okay.
And drive to turns, do you think?
Yeah, so on mic 24, you're going to turn to torque, and you can expect 7 to 9 turns, and when you're finished, I'll expect the same reports from you of torque turns light and the black line flush.
Copy. 7 to 9 turns, starting turns.
And at this time now, 1 hour and 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, both astronauts, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, are using the pistol grip tool to secure the right mid-strut securely onto the mass canister.
And I've got the bolt torqued out. I counted 8 turns, 8.5 turns, 12 on the torque, and green light. Light shows 9 turns.
Okay.
And I see a flush black line.
Okay. I copy, you said 12 on the torque. I think you said 8.5 on the turns, a green light and black line flush.
That is it. Confirm.
And Tracy, I got on mic 11, I have 3.6 torque, 4.53 turns, and a green light.
Copy on mic 11, you've got 3.6, 4.53 on the turns, and a green light.
Sure.
All right, guys, we got good bolts on mic 24 and mic 11. You guys can stow your PGTs.
Copy.
PGT is stowed.
And as you just heard there, that right mid-strut bolts have safely and securely been attached to the mass canister.
The grounding pin is in the block, and I'll get the MLI back in place.
See, you don't need me. I appreciate it. Got those checks. And you released the ret from...
We need you.
Well, that feels good. And then...
I have not released the ret.
Okay, whenever you get to that, just let me know.
I am going to release the ret right now.
Copy.
Ready to receive it? I think it's locked, Chris.
Yep, standby 1. And TC, I've reduced my TCV to 4.
Copy TCV 4.
Then, here it comes. The ret. Got it.
And with that right mid-strut now installed, next up for our spacewalking duo is to work together to install the left lower strut.
And for EV2, do I grounding pin up here as well?
Okay, copy. You're getting the grounding pit pin installed?
Yep, I've got it. I'm ready to install it if I can go for that.
You got to go.
Off you go.
And these views of the Earth from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' perspective here as the International Space Station flies 264 statute miles over Ghana.
Hey, and TC, I've got my BRT off. I think I'm now heading back to the bag.
Hey, Jess, before you leave there, give me a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, my hap is dry. Gloves, no change from previous report on the left, and no change from previous report on the right.
And EV2 has the grounding pin installed.
Okay, copied. Jessica, your glove, I missed your hap and gauntlet. And Chris, if you could check that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear, minus that adjustable that's in the middle.
Copy all.
My gauntlets are down, hap's dry, and the glove check was no change from previous.
And TC, the mounting bracket upper surface is clear except for the adjustable in the middle.
Copy, Chris, copy, Jessica. And just before you go too far, which it looks like you've already gone far, we just wanted to, can you tell us the status on the MLI at the side pad?
Yep, I checked that the grounding pin was in place, and I put the MLI back in place as well. I had moved it off that little stanchion area because I couldn't access the bolts, but it's back on there.
Of course it is. Thank you.
No worries.
And this view on your screen, we're seeing essentially half of the mod kit that is currently built. The Duo is going to work to mirror that on the other side with the remaining struts that are yet to be installed.
So my gloves are no change from the previous report. No change right glove, no change left glove. Is dry, gauntlets are down.
Those are the kind of checks we like. All right, guys. Well done. Okay, we're getting ready to take care of the left side now. Moving right along. So, Jessica, I know you're right there at the strut bag. Good. You'll be getting the left mid-strut first, and Chris, you will be receiving the left strut, and your BRT ret will go to the handrail stanchion nearest the side pad, as before.
See that, handrail stanchion.
And as you just heard our ground IV for the day, Tracy Dyson, call up to the crew. They're going to essentially do the same steps here as they work to install the left mid-strut. So first they're going to get it out of the bag there and extend it out to its full length, and then use the pistol grip tool to install it on the mass canister.
Okay, I see the lift left mid-strut, 9 and 10. How's it going, Chris?
Going great. I see you working on the struts there.
Hey, can you grab this one?
Chelsea, grab it. Hey, I have control of it. Stand by while I get my BRT and ret on it.
Anybody?
The chain is good. BRT is on. BRT is on, jaws close, throttle out. Ret in work. And I have it on my BRT ret.
You can send that right back to the bag.
All right,
You can drop it. I see it back in the bag.
Copy.
Look up. It's very beautiful right now. Must be Africa.
That looks like the, yeah. Full.
Where are we right now, TC?
Jessica, you'll be retrieving the left strut and then handing it to Chris when he's ready.
I actually meant where are we on Earth? It looks like Africa.
Are you doing geography?
I am retrieving. I am retrieving the left strut.
Hey, Chris, just a heads up for you. When you receive the lower strut from Jessica, you're going to rut to the handrail stanchion that's closest to the clevis.
Copy. Handrail stanchion closest to